you go. What the?
Alright, hi everyone, and welcome to my Tuesday stream for October 22nd. So, we're just waiting for some people to come in the lobby so we can have some more fun. And this will be also my last stream for October for this year as well. So let's make sure we have a great one today. Hi, Parker.
Hello.
Okay, Parker, I'll work on Watch Skies 529 before I go to bed later.
All right.
Yeah, there's 2 more left until we make it to 5:30.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Parker, from Thursday to I'll let you know. I'll text you Watch This Guy's ideas.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm having a minor surgery on Thursday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I should be fully recovered by next week.
All right.
Yeah, but I'll be ordering a bunch of tapes on Thursday also.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the Roblox Wiggles.
It did a tribute band to the Wiggles, which is the Wiggles. We did have some like any style for the OG lineup, but yeah. Oh, ropes 101. That's better.
Hi, Jared.
Hey, I can see Patty George in the chat. I'm gonna put him a timeout.
Hey, TJ.
What's up, TJ?
Hey,
What's up, TJ?
nothing much. Just tired.
What's up, TJ?
Oh, hold on.
Yo.
Hey, Red.
Hi.
What's up?
What's up? You know what's up. I have something here that I will show you. What's up? Virtual cam.
Hey, Marcy.
You like it?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Wait, TJ was sacked, then he left the lobby.
I think it's because, you know.
Hey, Red and Marcy.
What's up, Parker? You like my virtual cam?
It's cool.
Yeah, this is my new living room.
Awesome.
Here's sorry. Here's the video game store.
Welcome back, TJ.
Sorry about that. Somehow it kicked me out.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Michael. So, are you gonna add the pictures?
Yeah,
Since this is my last hangout before my surgery.
Is there anything I missed?
Nothing much.
Okay.
So tomorrow, Michael, I'll screenshot as many pictures as I can because I'm not screenshotting them during my while I'm recovering from my surgery.
Alright.
And red left.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sending you prayers.
Thanks, Marcy. Don't worry, I'll be fine within a week.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a minor surgery I'm having, Marcy. It's not a major one. All right, so Michael, the first picture I send you was a Joe green shirt. Marcy.
Yeah. What?
You're saying something?
No, I'll wait until you're done. I'll wait until you're done.
I was done.
Rick's done. You can speak. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought you guys were gonna continue,
No,
so that's why I was patient. Sorry, my bad. Also,
You're
it's been
fine.
a while. Not movie. Yeah, movie guy. What have you been? What have you been?
Oh, good.
Yeah, Michael's still working on my ending, Marcy. I just hope we get it done by the end of November.
I've still been focusing on my job, and I even got a new Lego set.
Yeah,
And
but
it's almost-
anyways, what?
Yeah,
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I told you what I've been up to. I told you about the job I have, right?
Yeah, you told me
Yeah.
in I think in Rocco's Meet.
Yeah, I work for Legos.
Cool.
Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going there again to finish my Simpsons house.
Ooh. But again, I know you're gonna be fine tomorrow. I don't know which day, Rick, but again,
It's Thursday morning. I'm having surgery. Thursday morning.
Thursday morning, wishing you
Yes.
prayers. Well, I have to get going because I need to study. So.
All right, see you, Marcy.
All right, see you, Marcy.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, Michael, it's the last thing hangout we're doing before my surgery, so we gotta add the pictures I sent you.
Got the first one. One of the Joe pictures.
Yes, Michael. I'm screenshotting as many pictures as I can tomorrow because I'm not screenshotting them while I'm recovering from surgery.
So I was on my workout and my other friend's stream. What did I miss?
Nothing. I was just hanging out.
Okay.
Yeah, the first episode I sent you is I'm so happy, then the ball fold, and then bedtime business.
Tonight is the thing of watching a movie, which is Stranger Than Fiction with Lucero, AKA the guy from Elf. Yeah, he's one of my favorite actors, along with Steve Carell.
Yeah, from Evan Almighty, Bruce Almighty, and Despicable Me. Oh, and The Office too. The Office.
He's also in the Anchorman movies with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, Michael was trying to get this done by November 30th.
The pictures are under the Wiggles row.
No, I thought we were adding the Brazilian Portuguese pictures in the same row. Yeah, that's the row.
Yeah, I'm adding them in that row. Since I added them after the last row I finished was this slippery heroin going to a tickety.
Yes, that's the row we're still on. Since we're adding all the dubs together, I still can't get Price Right and Press Your Luck yet because there's just so many pictures I got with Donnie before last year.
Yeah.
That I have to re-get them all again. This means I have to get all the dubs again. All the dubs that are my favorites.
Brazilian Portuguese, UK,
German,
German, UK,
Dutch,
and the other one Italian.
Italian,
Whoa!
Italian, the KBS Korean, and the Portugal one, Duarte.
Oh, look at that, Rick.
What?
On your screenshot, there's this.
That's I had to screenshot it like that. That was the only way I could screenshot it.
Oh, yeah, the Marty McFly.
Yeah,
What is it,
that was the only way I could screenshot the pictures because I can't screenshot it with my movies and TV app on full screen.
What was it? Back to the Future Day in your area?
I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it was because yesterday was October 21st.
Oh, yesterday was Back to the Future Day.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah, October 21st. Nice.
Well, let me send the link to William since he's online.
You know, it's 8 o'clock. Let me see what's next.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll try to screenshot as many pictures as I can because my surgery is on Thursday morning.
No teaspoon.
Yeah, no teaspoon is German for notebook.
No, it's just the kids the way they say it.
That was the way they wanted to say it. There's different no teaspoon phrases.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Persian doesn't have any.
Yeah, it's different. They had to not have singing and dancing.
Yeah, that was Persian's loss. They also didn't allow thumbs up because they would be considered offensive. Yeah, this is why I prefer other dubs that are better, like Brazilian, Portuguese, German, Dutch, and Italian.
And Korean you also like?
The KBS one, yes.
With Jackson, he had a PFP of the character of the.
Yeah, Young Shupshin.
Yeah. Now I'm getting the picture of Joe in his red shirt.
The Boat Float, it's from
Which one?
The Boat Float.
The boat floats.
Yeah, Brazilian, Portuguese.
Yeah, the editing is going good.
Yeah, we have to make sure we have enough room for all the pictures if we want to get this done by November 30th, since we only have 9 days left of October, and that's when I'm supposed to be recovering from my surgery. So Michael, we said that you can do the editing while I'm recovering.
Yeah. It depends though, because
Yeah.
I have work on
So tomorrow I'll send you the pictures. I'll send you more pictures, as many as I can, because I'm not screenshotting while I'm recovering. I'm not going to screenshot any more pictures until I'm fully recovered. This will only take me like a week, Michael.
Now we got Joe with his notebook. I'm pretty sure it was they called him Joe in the dubs.
Yeah, for the languages he was dubbed in. He wasn't dubbed in German.
Oh, just Steve.
Yes, only Steve was. He had 2 actors in German.
Okay. There's also the French dubs.
Yeah, but French doesn't have phrases.
That sucks. Then UK, the kids they just have an accent.
Yeah, because they had a different host, Kevin.
Yeah.
This is why I prefer the dubs more, because at least the dubs give me something new to work with instead of watching the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, Archive has the Kevin era, does it?
Yes, it does, along with the Duarte era also.
Yeah, because I want to watch Blue Saturday from the Kevin.
Yeah, we only have. I know the Duarte did Blue Saturday, but the episode is not found yet.
Let me search Blue Saturday UK.
You can just go to Blue's Clues UK Complete Series and it should be on there.
UK series. UK season 2.
Actually, it's season 3 UK. Yeah, Blue Saturday was season 3 in the UK because season 2 was what song game is born to play until what is born to do with her drawing.
Alright, let me go through the Google Drive.
You have to download the episode though to watch it.
Yeah. Right. Wait. I'm supposed to hit the hidden option. Next, movies. TV shows.
Yeah, Dutch and Italian has still not been updated yet. I really want to see seasons 2 through 6 so badly.
What the heck is Brain Pop?
I've heard of Brain Pop for years before. It's a website.
Oh yeah, with Moby the robot.
Yeah, Tim Moby. Should we get some pictures of Tim Moby? They looked at the camera. Yeah, I want to have some Tim and Moby pictures because they looked at the camera.
Somehow I can't find the episode.
Just go to Blue's Clues International Languages.
International languages.
Yeah, just go to Blue's Clues and go to the International Languages folder.
It's empty.
Huh?
This is the season 3 folder. It's. What if I try
No.
Amazon?
Michael, where are you at?
Okay, I found it. I went to the Amazon Prime Video option.
Yeah, but you have to download the episode to watch it because it's copyright.
Yeah, I did already. I'm gonna watch it now. So
And-
this BRB.
Then you'll continue editing.
Yeah.
I have to get the Blue Saturday UK pictures again, so I got them with Donnie before. Hey, Cole.
Hey, Cole in the live chat.
Oh, Cole wants to come.
Okay. Is he in the private server?
No, he said he can only join when he has less servers. Okay, Cole's on his way.
Alright. You guys in there, I'll add him. You're not watching the Blue Saturday in UK dub.
Yeah, and then we can add the rest of the pictures.
It's different than the OG one, but Cole's here.
Hey.
Hey, Cole.
Hey, Cole.
Hey.
Cole, we'll do more phrases like hopefully next Friday, November 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, since I got my surgery on Thursday.
Okay.
I will order more tapes, Cole, on Thursday. I'm sure you'll be excited to see them.
I'll definitely be excited.
Yep, you're gonna like the new tapes I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
I did also send the link to William.
Okay.
Well, let me tell Camryn that you're here.
All right.
Okay, I just watched it. So I'm adding the Kevin one after the English version to update my ending of my watch list, guys.
All right, and then when you add the pictures, Michael.
Yeah, I probably should see what my dad's up to. Because I want to watch a movie real quick and then I'll go back.
Yeah, because I have my surgery on Thursday, Michael, and I'm worried we're not going to be able to have the pictures for a whole week.
Yeah, I'll do my best tonight. So I have to get going, okay?
Jay, see ya.
Bye.
Hey, Camryn.
What's up, Camryn?
Oh, hi, William.
Hi,
Show up earlier than expected.
hi, Parker. I said I show up early than usual as planned because I thought about it going into tonight, and since I said that I wasn't able to show up on the first two October Tuesday StreamYards, but I was able to on the last, I decided on this when we did not go live as was planned, and now I'm here.
All right, let's get straight to the Eagles updates.
Yes, sir. So, I'm gonna look.
Last time on with Albie just openings and closings, we mentioned Rupert and Billy Blizzard from 2001.
Yes, I remembered. Rupert and Billy Blizzard. I was trying to find the the without Regis Opening Closings channel by itself and had a little trouble doing so. On the width side of it, I found it right away. So we mentioned Rupert and Billy Blizzard from 2001 last time. The first of the 4 that I have on the without side for now is the opening to Rupert's Christmas Adventure from 2001, and the thumbnail has the Kaboom Entertainment Incorporation logo. I see.
Cole. Also, hi to you, William, in this private chat.
Hi, Cole. Regardless, I did say last time that as far as I know, I only have one DVD that is made by Kaboom Entertainment, and it's the only Bananas and Pajamas DVD that I have, and that's Egg Collector. I know this because I've watched the DVD before. It contains 12 episodes from season 6 of Bananas and Pajamas, aka the final season of the original. And there were some that I saw before online before I got the DVD for the day that came, and there were some that were new to me. I know where it is. I'm gonna see if I can find it real fast. And if not, then we'll move on to the remainder of the list. Oops. Found it. Right here. My copy of Bananas and Pajamas Egg Collector. As I said, it contains 12 episodes, which are Egg Collector, Copycats, Lost and Found, Fool's Gold, Achu Birds, Desert Island, not to be confused with the crowning achievement of Awesome, the Bouff episode, the same name, Desert Island, Street Stalls, Perfect Present, Horse and Cart, Flash the Fish, Walk the Fish, in which Flash the Fish returns because B1 and B2 bought Flash the Fish in Flash the Fish, and that's one of my favorite episodes. Like you can see a portion of Flash the Fish in the third circle here if you look closely, and Ring Ring. There are no special features on here, but it does have a main menu. And here's the disc. So that's what that's what that DVD made by Kaboom consists of. All right. Now back to Diego.
The next one, it's just him. Yeah, it's Rupert's Christmas Adventure 2001. Be just 22 seconds with the top of the slipcover.
It's him showing the top of the slipcover for I almost said Rugrats. No, Rupert's Christmas Adventure 2001. But we know that Rugrats has had a couple of Christmas tapes. Well, maybe 3 if you count the Sony Wonder version of the Santa Experience, which I have.
I also have the Sony Wonder version.
It's the only Rugrats tape I have made by Sony Wonder.
Yeah, I plan on getting the Paramount copy also.
I do have the Paramount copy of it, which contains the Blizzard as a bonus episode. And I also have Rugrats Christmas, which contains Babies in Toyland, The Great Unknown, which is my personal favorite on there, Falling Stars, Spikes and M, and Cuddle Bunny. The Great Unknown and Spikes and M are the two hidden shorts that are not written on the back of the tape. But it's there because the VHS makers thought, hey, we have time. Let's throw in a couple of shorts in there, and that way we'll reach the time that this tape has. It's one of my favorite Rugrats videos I've ever watched because it's one of the most fun times I had watching it, and it shows why Grandpa Lou, when it comes to the adults, it is the star of Rugrats, the captain of the team, because when it comes to the adults, all but Grandpa Lou are locked inside the cabin. So that means that his lucky number 15 has been saved. Sort of. Okay. For real this time, let's get back to the remaining parts in here. The opening to Peter Rabbit and Friends, The Tale of Peter Rabbit from 1993.
Yeah, in the thumbnail we can see the clamshell on Diego's table, along with other things.
Plenty of other things on there. Like we see some game props used for different video games that can be played, whether it's Sonic, Mario, Pokemon, you name it. And there's a 26-second version of Peter Rabbit and Friends, The Tale of Peter Rabbit from 1993, where it shows
the tape by itself.
Yeah, so that's for the without side. I saw the with side of it. Oh, there it is. And last time we were here,
it was Trisha and the Toonies.
A Valentine Adventure. The opening and closing to Trisha and the Toonies, A Valentine Adventure from 1998. So, the first one up is the opening and closing to Barney's Colorful World Live from 2004.
And as you can see on the cover and the title of the video, they went with the international spelling of the word colorful with the U in the middle of the second O and the R.
Because that's the way I know well enough that the UK spells it. In the UK, they add an extra U in there to where it's like colorful or color by itself, or favorite, or honor, or labor, or other words like that. In the US, we leave off the extra U. I just happened to notice that. Then we have the opening and closing to the opening and closing to Barney Happy Mad Silly Sad from 2003. There we go. Then Movin' and Groovin' from 2004. The opening and closing to Come On Over to Barney's House from 2000. If this is the one that I've known well enough and I've seen, then this should not surprise me.
Yeah, but Come On Over to Barney's House only had one VHS release in 2000.
That's the one that I was thinking of. With
the first opening trailer was the Wiggles Quack Quack. Yes, that's the one. Only one VHS release, which I believe I remember having, but if I don't have it still, I'll get another copy.
I did see that special on VHS in a friend of mine's house back when I was a kid. Do I remember any fun moments of watching that one? Yes, I do. Like we got to see what Barney's house looks like. Barney is there in it, of course. BJ, Baby Bop, and the kids with Jeff and Jill returning in there, and as if I haven't made this clear enough, but I know you have equally as long as I have. Jeff and Jill and coming over to Barney's house is a right where it belongs moment for me, because seeing them separate from because this will be my favorite. This will forever be my favorite thing with them in it, whether they're together or separated. And the two Jays are together for pretty much the entire special. They know where they are, and they need each other. Oh yeah, and although I don't have Coming Over Barney's House on VHS, I do have it on DVD.
I plan on getting another copy of the VHS and the DVD at some point.
Yes. So after the Wiggles Quack Quack, there is
Super Singing Circus.
Super Singing Circus, and then the Barney Rocks trailer, which to me looks like a teaser trailer, or to me, it just feels like a teaser trailer for Barney's Download Dancing Tunes because of the music machine and BJ holding on to one of the CDs.
Yeah, and hey, Camryn.
Hello.
Yeah. It just feels like a teaser trailer for Barney's Download Dancing Tunes because of the music machine and BJ holding on to one of the CDs that you would see in that 30-minute special. And those are the opening trailers in that that I remember before the longer than 30-minute special starts.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the closing trailers, it starts off with a Gerber commercial.
I remember those commercials.
Same here. I've seen Gerber.
Gerber, got it.
Gerber.
That's the worst.
I got it. I got it. You may speak now.
Yeah. Then the Barney Buddies Club commercial.
I do remember that one. Oh, yeah. Yes, I do remember the obvious one.
Yeah, after the Barney Buddies Club promo, the last two trailers were for Halloween Party and Night Before Christmas.
Perfect. For one of the 2 times this month, we go from Halloween to Christmas. There we go.
And that was all that tape has in terms of a pre-user trailer.
Whether it's the opening and closing. Now, were you saying something about remembering commercials, like the Gerber one?
Camryn said he remembers the Gerber commercials.
Yeah, I remember those because I used to watch them.
Same here. I've seen Gerber commercials when I was little.
So have I. Any fun memories of the Gerber commercials?
Nope, I don't have a lot. They were just I would just watch them, not because I enjoy them, because they're nostalgic.
Oh, I see. What about you?
I remember some.
I was only asking that question because I was curious. That's all.
That's perfectly okay.
Moving on. Rupert's Christmas Adventure from 2001. The opening and closing to Barney's Super Singing Circus 2000, which I used to have. I know I said this before. I used to have this on VHS, but I gave the VHS away. I kept the case for some reason, but I made up for it years later by having the DVD version of it.
Yeah, I believe the VHS start off with the Wiggles Fruit Salad music video.
Yeah.
Now I plan on getting VHS and DVD at some point.
We, you mentioned Barney's Night Before Christmas earlier. Next is the opening and closing to that from 1999. Then the opening and closing to more Barney songs, also from 1999. And the last one in terms of videos, but I'm not done yet, is the opening and closing to Sing and Dance with Barney from 1999. And the reason why I say that is because even though it hasn't arrived yet, from what I remember about it from past experience, his 7th screener, Wigglesby just taped It's a Wiggly Wiggly World from David Nucky's Media Central Returns 2.0 eBay page. It says the Wiggles Wiggly Wiggly World Rare 2002 Hit Entertainment Screener VHS, which I know I have it on VHS, but my copy's not a screener. It's a common one.
Yeah, a retail copy.
A retail. Yeah. My copy's a retail copy, not a screener tape of it, and I have it on DVD as well. Same with that. It's a rental. And that is it for
retail.
Retail. Let me try again. My DVD copy of it is the same thing. It's a retail, not a screener, and that is it for the updates.
All right. Wait, were you talking about Diego's videos?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Once I'm fully recovered from my surgery on Thursday, we'll have a lot more updates to talk about Diego next time.
Yeah, as long as I'm just glad it's nothing major.
Yeah. It's not a major surgery, Camryn. I'm just getting something removed.
It's just a minor surgery that he has to get something removed.
Yeah, I just need to get something removed. It will only take like about 20 minutes.
That 20 minutes is not that long.
It should go by real fast. 20 minutes, which of course we're hoping that those 20 minutes go by. I'm gonna say something different. Obviously we can hope that those 20 minutes are real quickly, so that it'll feel like everything went the way that it was intended to be, and times that that we did not go live, was like tell Dr. Christopher I said hi. Just to be nice.
Yeah. It's always good to be nice.
Everybody should learn that.
I also may watch this guy's 528.
Saw that.
Yeah. The first half had Back Jorgen's clips, and the second half had Josh mishearing a cool clip with Josh.
What? Seeing some of those there didn't really surprise me.
Hey, Shadow.
Hello, Shadow.
Oh, hey, Shadow.
Hi.
Yeah, knowing that you've seen every episode of the reboot so far.
Yep. Cole said that he's making a Sparta remix right now, and he just got done with it.
Okay, I'll check it out later.
I'll see it when I'm in the mood. Yeah. Regardless, yes, I have seen every episode as of now, including, we mentioned this before, including the one where I saw this because it was there. 2 clues in one scene. From
if you don't see it, be it.
Yeah, I was surprised.
We all were. I remember the title just before you said it. If you don't see it, be it. And when we got to the ending of that one, I was blown away entirely for that one alone from here on out.
I still need to catch up on more Blue's Clues and new episodes. I haven't seen the show in a while. Mainly because I took a break from watching Blue's Clues.
Understandably.
just to check out other Nick Jr. shows that I either haven't watched in a while or haven't seen at all.
Others can do the same, whether it's for Nick Jr., whether it's for PBS Kids, Disney Junior, Treehouse, and several others.
This video is ranking all 704 2D Mario levels. It's 7 hours long, so we're not going to watch the whole thing.
We'll watch as much as we can of this.
Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Mario World, Super Mario Land, Super Mario Land 2, New Super Mario Bros., New Super Mario Bros. Wii, New Super Mario Bros. 2, New Super Mario Bros. U, and finally, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. These are each some of the most sold games of all time. Almost everyone has played at least one of them. Each game is built to the brim with creative levels to show off what makes the respective game worthy of joining the Super Mario legacy. What?
Oh yeah, he's also going to throw in memes as well.
So many levels, some are bound to be worse than others. So today, to celebrate hitting 200,000 subscribers, I'm going to be ranking all 704 2D Mario levels, from the worst to the best. But how? Well, that's not too terribly difficult to explain. I'm going to be ranking them based on how fun I think the levels are, how creative the level is, and how much content it has. Now, obviously, almost all of that comes down to opinion, so if you disagree with me, it's okay, you're just wrong. Don't take the exact number rankings for each of these too seriously, by the way, especially near the middle of the list. While outlining and writing the script, there were several times the level would move up or down hundreds of spots. A lot of these are quite close together in terms of how much I like them, which made putting this list together both fun and also extremely difficult. Be prepared for me to also not go into super long detail for each and every level. This video is already long enough as it is. Speaking of the levels, I also need to talk about what actually counts, since they can be a bit confusing. I already listed the 12 games in the intro, but I also want to specify I'm just doing their original releases. Remake exclusive levels or DLC will not count. I know some people will be mad I'm not including the GPU, but does that look like a 2D Mario game to you? No, of course not. Mario died. Also, I'm not going to be including bonus levels like Toad Houses, World Enemy Fights, and so on. Sorry to all Wii World 5 Piranha Plant fans, maybe next time. I also want to mention that stuff like Star Coins and Secret Exits can help significantly in the rankings since they make levels way more fun to explore. So don't be surprised when I actually end up really liking many of the new Super Mario Bros. Levels. Next to each number, I'll also include an image of a power-up from each game to avoid confusion and make what game I'm playing clear. Believe it or not, this isn't actually Mario World. The last thing I want to mention is at the end of the video, I'll be taking the average for each game's level so we can see which game, on average, has the best and worst levels. I mentioned this at the start because some poor soul took the averages in the Mario Odyssey video without realizing I did it at the end, so shoutouts to you. Anyway, if you do this video, please make sure to leave a like.
I didn't see what that comment said.
Average has the best and worst level.
Just barely.
Poor soul took.
Just nobody wasted their time organizing a spreadsheet to determine it like I did. The average min ranking for each kingdom is shown at the very end.
Wow.
Mario Odyssey video without realizing I did it at the end, so shoutouts to you. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel, but without much further ado, let's finally jump into the list. Now, one question I'm sure many of you all desperately want to know the answer to is what is the worst level in 2D Mario history? Heck, some of you may want to know that even more than the number one spot. Maybe I should put this at the end to make you all wait. Alright, I'm just kidding. But how am I going to be able to track down what the worst level actually is? I mean, despite me saying these games are filled with good levels, I'm going to be honest, there are a lot of bad ones.
I have not played
and there
that
are
game.
a few elements a level can have that almost instantly makes me dislike it, which we'll talk about more as they come. But funnily enough, the last place level doesn't actually have any of those elements. The reason it's bad is completely unique to this level. Now, I'm sure you all are expecting the Lost levels to take this last place spot.
The Lost Levels is a bad game, by the way.
Seeing as that game is not good, but surprisingly no. The worst level in 2D Mario history belongs to...
Of course, there's some great Mario games and some bad Mario games. That's how they're developed.
This is World 7 Tower from Super Mario Bros. 3. This is considered the worst level.
Mario Bros. 3. And I'm sure some of you heard that and instantly understood why I'm placing this low. But for those of you that don't know the
I was stating,
let's just go by step by step. Start the level off in a room full of bricks. There's nothing else to really do other than go into the door at the right, so you move on. That puts you into a mostly empty hallway with a few things like this boost stretch. From there, you enter into another door which has 4 question mark blocks. There's also a pipe, but it doesn't do anything, so awesome. After getting a fire flower from the block, you then go back into the door you came from and run all the way to the other side of the hallway, which is empty. Huh? There's nothing here. Where are we supposed to go? Yeah, this level is a maze, which I'm not a huge fan of in 2D Mario games. But a somewhat cryptic exit isn't going to kill it in the ranking. I mean, there are plenty of ghost houses that have pretty hard to find exits in them. Well, the reason this is so much worse is because the exit is not cryptic. It's just stupid. So what you're actually supposed to do is go back into the room with all the bricks and break the ones here in the center until you randomly reveal a P-switch. Then you have to enter into this random door that appears. Make sure to not go into the bottom one though, that one's actually completely useless. If you go into the correct door, you'll be put into a different room with pipes. So going down this one will... Oh wait, we have to wait for the P-switch to run out. We could have just not had these coins here, but you know, whatever. When we finally reach the bottom, we are gifted with a Tanuki suit before we have to continue on with the level. Following the chain of pipes, that brings us to... Why are we back here? Yep, so all of this just leads you back in a circle. So where on earth are we actually supposed to go? Oh, well that's simple. Take the Tanuki suit into the hallway and randomly just fly up as high as you can. If you get lucky, you'll find a pipe. What? There is absolutely no indicator saying this pipe is here at all. The hallway is also pretty big, so even if you do know to fly, there's a very good chance you just don't end up seeing the pipe. This level design is terrible. 2D Mario levels are supposed to be linear, but even then, I wouldn't mind some exploration if it didn't suck. And you want to know the worst part of this level? There's a time limit. I mean, that's standard in 2D Mario, but that makes this level insufferable. If it's your first time playing through, you're likely to at least lose a life or two to the timer alone. Oh, and also, the timer in this level is 100 seconds shorter than normal. Why on earth would they do that? You only have 200 Mario seconds, which is not enough time to thoroughly explore this level, find the exit, and defeat Boom Boom at the end. Oh, and the boss being another basic Boom Boom does not help because this game has you fight him 17 times, but I'll have plenty of time to complain about that later. This level
number 17
has the most cryptic and stupid...
Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah, I heard them say 17, so I was like, oh boy, number 17 from another YouTuber named
Mario
Trev.
level exit of all time, and even once you know where it is, the level isn't fun. I don't see any way you could like this level. It's garbage, plain and simple. So congrats to Super Mario Bros. 3 for somehow beating the lost levels for having the worst level in the 2D Mario series. Okay, now
I'm not too fond of Mario Brothers 3.
it's time for the lost levels. 703.
Not everybody
This
is
our
a
first
fan
level
of that game.
Okay, and this game is not any better.
to have a feature present in many levels that basically...
Which is why they changed it and
that being...
changed it from Donkey Donkey Panic, which was the cycle in American Super Mario Bros. 2.
Yeah, this is Super Mario 2, the Japanese version.
Have you ever played Mario Maker and got one of those awesome levels where you have to choose a pipe to go down and only one doesn't kill you? Well, turns out the brilliant minds at Nintendo actually did this first. Now, to be fair, they don't cause you to die here. Rather, the level just loops until you find the right path. But this type of design isn't fun at all, just annoying and repetitive. Luckily, this was mostly phased out by the time new Super...
Okay, I'm just gonna say that this is the only good level with this maze thing.
This came around, they used this gimmick a lot in the first
The Wii version.
But what makes 3-4 the absolute worst example of this? Well, we actually get to see why pretty dang quickly here. So first off, pick a path levels aren't just about picking one.
Yeah, I had trouble with this maze when I first played this.
Pretty sure this game just doesn't want you to play it.
In order to complete this first...
Yeah, which is why American audiences just not want to be involved with this game after getting through mazes like from Japanese audiences.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all the people that make this game are just saying F you to all the people that play it. I'm not going to say the actual F word because, well, I don't feel like it.
And if you mess
It's
up...
the developers that make choices with these types of games.
It was Nintendo Japan.
Yes.
Play this level is mindlessly running until you try all of the different path combinations, which is...
Yeah, and then Nintendo Japan made Donkey Donkey Panic.
Yep.
But that's the case for every pick a path. What makes this one so special? Well, we want you all to take a look at the final choice we have to make. Notice anything interesting? Yeah, the bottom path for some reason is only 1 block tall, meaning Super Mario can't go into it. Want to guess which one's the right path?
It's that one.
As far as I'm aware, that makes this the only level in the entire Mario franchise that requires you to beat it as Small Mario. And before you say you could just duck jump, there are several holes placed in this path which makes doing that impossible. So that means if you go into this level with a power-up, you already made the right choice.
And if you don't find the right path, the timer will go down and you'll immediately die.
And it has World 9. If you want to unlock World 9 in this game, you have to play through the whole game without taking shortcuts. And if you want to unlock Worlds A through D, You have to beat the game 8 times.
The entire timer, trying every other combination, possibly multiple times, trying to hope that the developers wouldn't force you to lose your power-up for no reason. But sorry, the game was rigged from the start, so after either dying or accepting the developers are evil, you become Small Mario and can finish the level. This is just exceptionally bad design. Believe it or not, I found Lost levels more tolerable overall than I was expecting, but this level, oh, this is garbage. Losing power-ups especially hurts here because of how cruel the Lost levels can be, so I think this has to place as the worst Pick-a-Path level. It's only better than 7 Tower because at least you should only ever die once in this level at most. 702, miscellaneous auto-scrolling stage with Goombas.
Yeah, I found odd that the Lost Levels NES version was found on the Wii shop.
Yeah. Yeah, I use an emulator to play it, and the controls suck.
That is the only name I could find for this level. This features the next major element that hurts levels significantly in this list. Now, it's not nearly as bad design-wise as Pick-a-Path, but it is much more prevalent. This element can actually be found in the jumbled mess of words that make up this level's title. That's right, it's Goombas. Okay, no, actually it's auto-scrolling. This will lock the camera on a set speed, forcing the player to more often than not slow down and wait for it to progress through the level. In Mario games, I really enjoy blasting through levels, or at the very least going at my own pace. Auto-scrollers are often just very long and very
Oh, this level's not fun. It's just more annoying than anything.
slow, which makes most of the levels featuring it not fun at all. That's made especially bad if you end up dying, since you need to go through the entire level all over again. Not that I could ever die, I'm just too good. Now, there are a few exceptions of auto-scrolling levels I do like, but for the most part, I'm not really a fan. Alright, so what makes this the worst auto-scroller then? This is the most empty level in the franchise. All this is a completely flat plane with Goombas, Paragoombas, and the occasional question mark block. That makes the auto-scroll even worse because there's just absolutely nothing to do for an entire minute. I still managed to die. Yeah, so for probably being the most boring level in the franchise, it's gotta play slow. Really no clue what they were thinking with this one. 701, SMB 3, 5-9. 2 Mario 3 levels. Man, it's not looking good for this game. I thought you all said this was supposed to be good. Anyway, this here is another auto-scroll level, and at first glance, it's nowhere near as bad as the other levels at the bottom. I will admit, this beef is personal. This level at least actually has stuff with moving platforms and a flame chomp flying around. Now, this is a pretty boring idea for an auto-scroll level, but what really puts us near the bottom comes down to the ending. When I got here, I was genuinely confused as to what I was supposed to do. This jump is much larger than what Mario can normally make, so how do I get to the end without the auto-scroll killing me? Well, I eventually came to the horrifying conclusion. I have to jump off the flame chomp. The way it moves makes this extremely difficult, but luckily with the power of cheating on my side, I was able to make it. Now after I did that, I sat there stunned for a bit. I mean, what would happen if I had killed the flame chomp earlier in the course? Would I just be stuck without a way to win? Well, this was bothering me so much, I decided to look up a playthrough of this level and I discovered there is a platform that spawns here. So for whatever reason, my level just didn't spawn it in, which I hopefully don't have to explain why that's bad. Now yes, this obviously won't happen for most people, but the fact that this can happen at all completely breaks this level for me. Add on that it was already just a boring auto-scroller anyway, and I think this level deserves to place quite low. 700, Super Mario Bros. 2 USA 6-1. I'm just gonna say this right out of the gates, I don't like playing Mario 2. I just find the mechanics to be far too weird for me. And I get this game works differently because, did you know, Super Mario Bros. 2 is actually a reskin of Doki Doki Panic, a very obscure piece of gaming knowledge right there. Well anyway, this level takes place in the desert where you first have to avoid a bunch of Pokies and snakes. I'd say probably the first half of this level is decent. Nothing that noteworthy, but nothing worth putting it at the bottom of the list. That is, until we enter this room. Now just in case you don't get what we're looking at, each of these bases essentially act as pipes. That's right, we've got ourselves another Pick-a-Path. This is actually even worse than you may expect though. Not only are there a ton of vase options, but in every single one you have to spend quite a few seconds digging to the bottom. To dig in this game, you have to pick up sand blocks one by one, which is very slow and tedious. Now imagine having to do that, and it leads to absolutely nothing. Several times. Yeah, that should hopefully make why this level sucks pretty obvious. They have way too many vases here, and the hunt for the actual one with the key is far too tedious. Once you get the key, you just have to escape the stage's Fanto and defeat the green Birdo to reach the end. So yeah, this is definitely a tiny step up from what we've seen so far, but the amount of Pick-a-Path here is far too high. 699, SMB 3, 3 Tower.
Oh, no.
This is a rough day for Mario 3 fans. Once again, we have another level with the Pick-a-Path curse. We start the level in a massive hallway with 9 doors. As is tradition with these levels, only one door leads to the exit, so now you have to trial and error your way through each door. What makes this worse, the fact that failing doesn't just bring you back to the start, but rather you get placed into this room which contains another major element that I dislike. Water. Beside Mario Wonder, the underwater controls in every other 2D Mario game are just not fun. They feel so much slower than playing on land, so for that reason, a majority of underwater-based levels will be at the bottom of this list. It also doesn't help that there is a lot, since every Mario game, except you, have levels dedicated to water. In the case of 3 Tower here, it just makes getting back to the Pick-a-Path more tedious than it needed to be. Once you finally get to the correct door, the level just ends, by the way. There's really no good content here. I guess you do have to fight Boom Boom, but again, you fight him 17 total times in Mario 3, so that gets old very quickly. 698, New Super Mario Bros. Wii 2 Castle. We finally arrived at the very first level of the New Super Mario Bros. Miniseries. These generally get bonus points for having star coins, which are in-stage collectibles. Basically, every stage has 3 and you have to find them all for 100%, which I think is pretty fun. Well anyway, what makes me want to put this level so low? It's another pick-a-path. But you know what else? It's also an auto-scroll. What a fantastic combination. So now it'll take forever to try each and every combination of paths here. Also, look at this level. It's just a bunch of empty straight platforms. Yeah, that's real exciting. Now, luckily, this is the only pick-a-path level in this game, and also the last one chronologically in the series. The only reason it's above what we have so far is because it does have some decent content. The 3 star coins are pretty decent, especially the last one, which uses a P-switch next to a bunch of dry bones. This being a castle also means the level ends off with a boss fight, being against Roy Koopa. This is our first Koopaling of the video, and spoilers, I think most of their fights could be better. I made a video about this a while ago, but in summary, I just think they're way too easy to kill before they actually get to do anything exciting. Roy's gimmick for this fight is that he'll drop down from a pipe in the ceiling to ground pound the player. If Mario's on the ground where Roy lands, he'll be stunned for a moment. It's not the worst boss fight in the world, but also not one nearly exciting enough to save this atrocious level. Alright, this section is going to be pretty quick as this...
To be fair, though, the maze is kind of easy to remember because the game isn't even that hard.
Includes all the basic pick-a-path levels from the first 2 games. Design-wise, they're nearly identical. I could probably switch all the footage around and you wouldn't be able to tell which level was which. At the very least, these pick-a-paths don't have any extra gimmicks like sand and auto-scroll. So this collection goes 697 Lost Levels 6-4, 696 Lost Levels 8-4, 695 Lost Levels B-4, 694 Super Mario Bros. 7-4, and 693 SMB 4-4. Since that's basically all I have to say about these levels, I'm just going to spend the rest of the segment explaining why B4 looks so different. So for Worlds A, B, C, and D in the Lost Levels, I had to get footage from Super Mario All-Stars. Now these levels do indeed exist in the original game, but the way you have to unlock them is psychotic. You have to beat the Lost Levels, largely seen as the worst game in the entire franchise, 8 times to unlock these worlds. Who on earth would ever think that is a good idea? I was considering donking all 16 levels in these worlds points because of that, but luckily Mario All-Stars came in to save the day. The devs of that remake also thought the old devs were insane, so now you only have to beat the game once to unlock these worlds, which is so much less.
I don't know if this game was made in the US or Japan.
So Worlds A, B, C, and D, you're off the hook for now, but you're on thin ice.
Camping episode.
92,
One of the best episodes still.
Before making the list, I actually got comments talking about this level and how many people believe to end up being at the
Oh yeah, this level sucks.
bottom spot. While I don't agree, I can certainly understand why someone would say that. This is our first fully underwater level, but on top of that, the entire level is placed in the dark. Now, darkness is an element I'm a bit more mixed on. I don't always hate it, but it can cause certain levels to become a bit more frustrating. That is sadly the case in this level, as trying to swim around in the dark is really not that fun. Throughout the level, there are several fish swimming around that you need to avoid, along with spike balls dropping on your head. Now, to make this level a bit more playable, you can actually just run along the top at the beginning. Doing so will even net you a star coin. Don't expect to spend the entire level up there, though, as this thing lasts for an eternity. You're eventually forced to go into a pipe which brings you into an even darker section, which you can't skip by going over the top. There are some jellyfish here that provide light, but really that doesn't help much. Eventually you come across the stage's second star coin, which I absolutely hate because to get it, you have to launch bloopers into the stage. Normally that could be a cute little challenge, but having to avoid them while it's dark is just extremely annoying. Eventually, after swimming past more bloopers, jellyfish, and Cheep Cheep in the dark, you make your way over to a pipe. Now, you might think this is the end of the level. We have been here for a really long time, but no, we're just over halfway through. The pipe instead brings you into a vertical section in the dark. On top of that, there's also some pipes that are completely shrouded in darkness that will blow you towards some enemies. Let me remind you, by the way, I never mentioned a checkpoint. That's because this level doesn't have one, despite being super long and annoying. So make sure you don't die, because if you do, you literally have to do everything all over again. I have no clue why they wouldn't include checkpoints here, but whatever, let's just finish this thing. Eventually, after swimming past a ton of jellyfish, we finally make it to the pipe that brings us to the flagpole. So yeah, this is pretty garbage. I do like it more than anything we've seen so far, only because it at least doesn't do anything unfair. It's just very annoying and way too long. 691, New Super Mario Bros. 2, 3 Tower. This is our first
I have yet to play this game still.
level from the definitely second New Super Mario Bros. Game. Just don't look into it, trust me. Anyway.
Wait, what? Just don't look into it.
It's just very annoying and way too long. 691, New Super Mario Bros. 2, 3 Tower. This is our first level from the definitely second New Super Mario Bros. Game.
Just don't look into it. Oh, it's called 2, even though it's the 3rd game of the series. I think they meant that by handheld-wise, because the Wii version is the console, and the other 2 are handhelds.
Look into it, trust me. Anyway, this does actually start off kind of cool with the first star coin, where you have to swim in this 1-block gap underneath the stage. Sadly, though, that's pretty much where my compliments end. Like I said, this level is mostly underwater, but going through the pipe also reveals that it's an auto-scroller. Believe it or not, there are a lot of underwater auto-scrollers throughout the series, which I shockingly don't like since I'm not a fan of underwater or auto-scroll levels. But what makes this the worst of the bunch? Well, taking a look at the gameplay, it's really not that exciting, as you just have to avoid a bunch of crushers and fish bones. Eventually, at the halfway point, you have to avoid skewers instead, which is a bit more interesting since they can damage you if touched, but it really doesn't change it that much. This level does at least have a checkpoint though, so that puts it above Wii 8-4. From here, there's really not much of note. It's basically the same as the first half. You can go into a pipe for a star coin, but yeah, that's about it. Eventually, after one last set of skewers, you enter into the boss fight. Like Mario 3 though, NSMB2 towers suffer from a repeated boss problem since they all use Reznor. You have to hit the block underneath them, which is cool, but like I said, it's really overdone. Now that all sounded pretty boring, but there are plenty of other boring underwater auto-scrollers, so again, why is this one the worst? Well, that comes from the fact that this stage has a secret exit. Now normally, I like secret exits. It's cool to look around on the stage, and they're often hidden pretty well. But I hate it in this case because we just have to suffer through this same slow auto-scroller twice. And on top of that, the secret exit requires a mini mushroom as it's behind a mini pipe. This stage does not have a mini mushroom. I absolutely hate stages that force you to come into them with the power-up to get something. I'm fine with the mini mushroom collectibles so long as the stage actually has a mini mushroom for itself. But when they don't, it's extremely annoying. So yeah, while it wasn't a good stage already, the secret exit absolutely tanks this. 690, Super Mario World Valley of Bowser 2. Here we have our first stage from the SNES title. Honestly, I struggled to figure out what the worst stage was for this game since I liked most of the levels, but this one
Yeah,
definitely
I beat the entire game of Super Mario World.
platforms. And I
Wait,
think
what'd you say?
I actually beat the entire game of Super Mario World.
Yeah, I still need to beat this game because I actually enjoy this more than Super Mario Bros. 3.
In fact, I think the stage starts pretty strong with some good platforming to avoid Koopas and swoopers. There's even a yellow Koopa here, which are pretty rare to find. If Yoshi has a yellow shell in his mouth, he's able to cause the screen to shake whenever he lands. Kind of like whenever your mom takes a step. This level sadly falls apart when you reach the
That was
checkpoint
uncalled
level.
for.
This brings you to a section where the ceiling rises and lowers on a set cycle, so you have to try and move at the right spots to avoid getting crushed. This is kind of a cute idea, but it lasts for way too long. You can luckily skip some stops if you're fast enough, but this is extremely tedious. Once you stop a few times, you just get bored and want to move on already. What's even worse about this, though, is that I'm pretty sure it's impossible to complete with Yoshi. Riding him makes you just barely too tall to avoid the crushers at points, which I think is really dumb. You can get wings right before this for your Yoshi, which does count as a stage clear, but that doesn't help too much with my main problem. Once you finally make it through this absolute slog, you just have to run past my Go with the Big Monkey Mole to the end. But Mario World has this helpful little thing where any stage with a secret exit is marked as red on the map. Yeah, this stage is sadly another painful secret exit. It's located directly after the long crusher segment, so you have to do it all over again. I kind of like where it's hidden being above the ceiling, but man, having to do this super slow and boring portion twice is just not fun. You can get out of doing it once with Yoshi, but you're forced to do it to get the secret exit. To me, that easily cements this as the worst stage from Super Mario World. 689, World Star World 2. Now we're starting to get into levels I don't have to rant for ages about. First hit towards this level is that it takes place underwater, but what makes it worse is that you're given a star right away. I like my stages to be challenging, so being given a free pass through a ton of enemies is not that interesting for me. It's not just one star though, because right as it runs out, you get another one. And once that star runs out, you're at the end of the stage. Yeah, that was worthless. What makes this worse is that it's another one with the secret exit, but it's literally just going under the exit pipe. I don't know who thought it'd be fun to just mindlessly swim with a star, but at least it's not an auto-scroll, I guess. 688, Mario 3 7-7. This is a stage I've always hated and abused countless times to show how much I don't like Mario 3's level design. I posted it on Twitter once, but I used Mario 3
My
widescreen.
favorite example of SMB3's brilliant level design.
Footage of me
Playing in stretch 16.9. Why are you playing in stretch 16.9? Okay, people are mad at him because he's playing the game in widescreen.
Anyway, this is another
And
level.
that looks like a character from Oppenheimer.
7-7. This is a stage I've always hated and
Oh,
abused
wait,
countless
who?
times to show
The-
how much I don't
the
like
person-
Mario 3's level design.
The-
I posted Mario 3 widescreen footage and
Yeah, this character.
Please.
He looks like Oppenheimer from last year's Oppenheimer movie.
He kind of does. Yeah, this guy, I don't know what his name is, but he just throws in memes for his videos to make them funny.
That's what he does.
I will probably do the same as well, because because I see other people do it, as long as they're not over the top.
Right.
Okay, ranking all 68 of Mario Maker's awful sample courses. I personally do not like Mario Maker. It's like only 10% of the levels that are on there are fun. The 90% are just no.
Caught up with the Mario Maker community as of late, you may have heard of Team 0%. Due to Nintendo wanting to murder Wii U and 3DS online, that meant there was only a limited amount of time to play uploaded courses on the original Super Mario Maker. Team 0%'s goal was simple, to clear every uploaded course before the service shut down. As of writing this script, they actually just completed this goal. There's also some cheater lore or something. This all got me thinking back to the original Mario Maker, and I eventually remembered that that game came with a few sample courses. These were pre-built by Nintendo and were meant to help give ideas on what to make for your own stages. I haven't played these since the launch of Mario Maker in 2015, so I thought it'd be fun to make a video ranking all of them from the worst
Expect
to the
a lot
best.
of memes in
After
here.
replaying through all of these stages for this video, let me just say, you all are not prepared for how mid these stages are.
It's
Despite there
mid.
being 60 in comparison, because most of these levels are completely
that.
Mario Maker 2 story mode levels were incredibly fun and creative, but these are not that. We're going to be judging these stages based on how fun they are, how much content they have, and how creative they are. So if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. At 200k, I'm ranking every 2D Mario level. No, these do not count for that. Mario Maker is a spin-off. And let's jump right into the list. 68 Spinning Boo Buddies. This level lasts for approximately 5 seconds. Literally the
Oh, interesting. I still need to play that game.
entire
The
level.
Super Mario
equals
Party Jamboree.
on a track. It takes absolutely no effort to beat and isn't creative in the slightest. I guess if you want me to compliment it, the ghosts are spooky. I don't know. 67 Cornucopia. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, this level lasts for way too long. This is an auto-scroller, which if you've seen my previous videos, you know that I don't really like. They usually just slow down a level and make it drag on for far longer than necessary, and that's definitely the case here. This is over a minute of just collecting coins. There are barely any
New
enemies,
Super Mario
and most
Bros.
of those
2
enemies are just
vibes.
Lakitus dropping more coins. I don't understand how anyone could like this level. I mean, what do you even need coins for in this game? You can't buy amiibo costumes, so it's just pointless. What I guess is even worse is that this level likely inspired little babies to make something similar, which is truly criminal. The only reason this is above last place is because at least it feels like a tiny bit of effort went into it. Plus, it shows how differently each of the game's dispensers shoot out coins. Still though, this level is awful and goes on for far too long. 66 Underwater Automation. First off, I don't like underwater levels. They're just not fun to control Mario in. Secondly, I don't like auto levels. Believe it or not, putting your controller down and doing literally nothing is not that interesting. At the very least, this level lets you swim through it without having to watch the auto, but that's not really fun either. Like the last level, this is also guilty for the crime of inspiring people to make auto levels, which absolutely plagued Mario Maker. Still better than refreshing special levels, at least for auto levels I'm not having a seizure. 65.
Oh my gosh, refreshing levels are so bad.
I have Superstar Dash. You get the star and then you run through some enemies. Did a 5-year-old design this? 64. Even trampolines dream of flying. At first I thought this maybe had a chance of being interesting. While yes, it is another auto-scroll, its idea is solid, having springs with wings flying over the void. Too bad it lasts for 10 seconds, I guess we can just move on now. 63. Find the Fire Flower. There are 2 spiny towers in front of you that are too tall to jump over. To get past them, you have to find a Fire Flower. The Fire Flowers are located in these blocks underneath, but only 2 of them have the flowers. So that makes this a guess and check minigame. And as soon as you do find the flower, the stage just ends. Incredible. 62. Spiny Tower Demolition. Wow, I guess someone really hates Spinies because we have to destroy another tower. This time though, you have to use a Koopa, which is launched from a bullet blaster on top. This one is better because you don't have to guess and check, and the Koopa jump scare can be mildly dangerous. 61. Attack Staff. Basically the exact same thing, but the enemies are all different, and the Koopas come from a pipe. Very creative, guys. 60. Creepy Crawly Bowser Tower. Okay, we have a more original idea now where 3 Bowsers are shooting fire at the player. You have to avoid it until you reach the end, which is kind of a cute idea. Sadly, this is an auto-scroller that once again lasts for about 20 seconds. At least this idea did have potential, unlike the last few. 59. Be brave and get up close. For this level, you have to find the star in these question mark blocks to kill the chain chomps. I find this to be better than the Fire Flower one from earlier, only because moving in and out of the chain chomps' attack range is more fun. It's still a boring pick-a-block level, though. 58. Underwater. Real exciting name this one has. If you couldn't tell, this takes place underwater, and it's just about the most generic Mario water course ever. Normally I'd place a course like this at the very bottom, but at least this feels like a level, even if it's not really fun. You could just spam A and ignore everything pretty much. 57. Sunken Mario. This is our final fully underwater course. I like it more than the last one just because it's more memorable, having a ton of different pixel art. So retro. The level gameplay-wise isn't that interesting though, you just have to avoid a few Goombas. It is pretty easy, but I somehow managed to get cornered at the end. 56. Bowser retreats, Mario advances. Here we have ourselves another cool Bowser idea. This is him go along the track and shoot fireballs at us while we charge him due to the auto scroll. Again,
What was that?
retreats, Mario advances.
Yeah,
One
no,
of
the
his-
music was copyrighted.
Yeah, one of his toys playing or dancing to music.
That was Mario Kart 8 music.
Appropriate.
I believe it's called Electrodrome. I don't know how to say it, but
Here we have ourselves another cool Bowser idea. This is him go along the track and shoot fireballs at us while we charge him due to the auto scroll. Again, I do like the idea here, but the level is just too short. It feels like it stops right as it gets going. 55. One Airship Remix. This is the first of several remix courses. These all take levels from previous Mario games and slightly change them up. For the most part, I think these are just really boring reuses of previous layouts, which is not helped by the fact that there are 16 remix levels. Anyway, the reason I think this is the worst one is because it's an auto scroller. This is based on one airship from Mario 3, and I feel like the changes weren't that interesting. Since Mario Maker 1 didn't have Larry, they also replaced him with Bowser Jr. But since Launch Mario Maker 1 didn't have keys, you can just ignore it. That pretty much just makes this a worse version of the course. 54. 8B Remix Airship. This also comes from Mario 3 and is low for the exact same reason as the last. I do like this more as the giant winged rocky wrenches are a decent update. They also tried to make fighting Bowser Jr. required by making us need to use the clown car, but funnily enough, you can still just jump into the pipe. 53. Airship. Another incredibly creative title. If you can believe it, this is another auto-scroll airship, but I put it above the last two because it's actually an original level. Happy they decided to put a tiny smidge of effort in. 52. Dry Bones Stampede. This is another auto-scroll level, but this time you have to jump on Dry Bones to the end. This is also kind of short, but I like the idea here decent enough. It's probably because I'm biased for Dry Bones for Smash. If this was a bit longer, I think I'd like it much more. Oh, my controller died. Cool. 51. Zigzag Lava Bubbles. Once again, another auto-scroll level, but the obstacles here are pretty neat. You're stuck in a tight corridor with winged lava bubbles, which can be somewhat tricky to avoid. This level is still
I
extremely
hear new Super Mario Bros. Wii music.
short, though. 50. Festival of Fire. Basically the same as the last level, but Lakitus are throwing the fireballs instead. I think I prefer the added chaotic randomness of this level, but also it feels really weird that winged lava bubbles were the main gimmick of two different levels. 49. Music Notes. We are finally out of the auto-scroll section, and now we just have more nothing levels. Based on the name, you may think this would be a music level, but no, it's supposed to be a music sheet with random note blocks put into it. There's also shelmets bouncing on them. Cool. Yeah, somehow there's no music blocks in the stage, which is just so stupid. This level is all so far is because getting triple jump here to skip the vine is kind of fun. I am so desperate for good levels. 48, Jump for It. In this level, you have to use springs to avoid lava bubbles. That's kind of a fun idea, but it also ends after 4 jumps, so who cares? 47, Go for the 3-up stomp.
No. No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, you could just run past all the wigglers to the end, but there's not even a good idea in this level. They want you to try and jump on the wigglers to get a 3-up, but that's a waste of time. It was kind of fun to jump between the semi-solids though, so there's that. 46, Kapow. This is meant to show off how POW blocks can work. Sadly, it does a terrible job since you don't need to use a single one to beat the stage. It was kind of cool how the pipes mix you up between POWs and Koopas, I guess. I don't know. 45, Muncher. This is a giant Muncher pixel art, so once you reach the top, you have to hit a P-switch and oh, that's it. I mean, the pixel art was cool. Wish there was a level to go with it. 44, Ground. This is just about the most generic Mario level you could think of. It takes place in the overworld, and you have to get to the flagpole. There is a minor Lakitu cameo, but other than that, it's nothing special. 43, Blocktown. This is kind of a cute idea, but it's ruined by its execution. You have to enter into this house made of blocks, but instead of something interesting inside the house, it just becomes a picket door. So you have to find which door leads you to the other end of the house. Once you get out, it's cool to jump over the houses, but that doesn't really last very long. It's
spooky music.
It just becomes a picket door. So you have to find which door leads you to the other end of the house. Once you get out, it's cool to jump over the houses, but that doesn't really last very long. It's up here because the block-built houses are cool, but otherwise this level is garbage. 42, A P-Switch's Journey. The idea here is kind of cute, where you have to watch as a P-Switch gets delivered to you, but there's really not much gameplay here. There's like one tough jump to avoid a lava bubble and burner, but otherwise this level is pretty quick. 41, 1-1 Remix Ground. You know, I was going to put this so much lower on the list because of how overdone 1-1 remixes are, but this game just has so many garbage sample courses that this somehow almost made it to the halfway point. The most interesting change I noticed were the bullet bill coin launchers in the sub area. Otherwise, this is exactly what you'd expect. 40, 1-2 Remix Yoshi. This is taken from Super Mario World, and the changes here are really boring. They fall into two camps. One is just sound effect spam, so that's not interesting in the slightest, and the other changes are just things they had to change because the element doesn't exist in Mario Maker. I'll miss you forever, Chargy. 39, HS3 Remix Hammer Bros. This level asks the daring question, what if they remade the Super Mario Bros. Hammer level, but made it easy? Yeah, they give you a shell mode at the start, which negates most of the Hammer Bros. Attacks. That's also the biggest change in this level, so it's pretty much just worse. At least as a level, it's funish to play through. 38, 8-4 Remix Castle Labyrinth. Taking a look at the very next level from Super Mario Bros., we have the final one, which I have never really been a fan of. I don't like pick-a-path sort of levels at all, and that's pretty much what it was. Add on the water segment, and that takes this down even more. If it's anything, though, this level does have some mystery mushrooms. I probably wouldn't care that much, but seeing as Mario Maker 2 decided to kill this feature, I miss it a good amount. 37, 3-1 Remix Infinite 1-Ups. Another one from the original Super Mario Bros. This doesn't have any interesting changes, but as a level, it's more fun to go through than 8-4. There's something at the top of the level which I saw on the map, but I really couldn't care less to try for it. I guess it is cute that it's named after the Infinite 1-Up trick that this level is infamous for, but beside that, I got nothing more to add. 36, 1-1 Remix Raccoon Mario. This is a Mario 3 remix, so that's a little bit more interesting than the original Super Mario Bros. Some enemies are now towers, which make them harder to avoid. Not much else changed though, so it's another pretty uninspired remix. 35, 7-2 Remix Piranha Plants. Another Mario 3 remix. This time it's for a level that I didn't really love in the original game because of the underwater segments. I would say I like it more than the last level though, just because it's a more original choice to remix. 34, Conveyor Belt Sprint. We are now officially halfway through the list, and we're still not at levels I like yet. This entirely takes place on top of conveyor belts, and you have to try and avoid the Koopas walking on them. This level just looks very unprofessional, with pretty much only the bare minimum being placed here. At least running on conveyor belts can somewhat be fun. 33, Roller Coaster. This level has us ride a blue skull coaster, and we have to avoid some saws. The idea really isn't that creative, but it at least felt like it had a tiny bit of challenge. It's also quite short, but compared to some of these other levels, it's not too bad. 32, Up and Over. This is the kind of cute purpose of showing the player how to make a spring tower. It's not challenging in the slightest, but I'm sure at the game's launch, it was cool to see what would happen if you place all the springs in Parker. I totally forgot Mario Maker 1 has different item throwing physics from Mario Maker 2, so my stuff just kept bouncing off the wall. 31, Tracks. This level is obviously meant to showcase some of the things you can do with the track element. This is pretty much split into 3 different parts. First, you have to jump between moving platforms, then you have to avoid saws on conveyors, and finally you have to ride a blue platform while avoiding more saws. This actually feels like a decently developed idea, but unfortunately, that last section drags on for way too long. It lasts for about 45 seconds, which it really didn't need to. I think I would have liked this a lot more if at one point you moved from the standard blue platform to a wing blue platform, just to add on to the concept and have it move a bit quicker. 30, Switch It Up. This level is all about using the P-switch to your advantage. It shows you can use it to make bridges and destroy blocks that are in your way. It even shows off how the P-switch can make levels harder by removing the bridge at this section. The thing about this level, though, is that there is a lot of waiting, some of which being pretty unnecessary. For example, to get the last P-switch, you have to wait for the current one to run out, but it's not like having that one on creates any sort of cheese, so this is completely worthless. Had they removed the several bits of waiting, I think I would have liked this more. 29, Bone Dungeon. Bro, I love skeletons. They're so cool. This level is all about the skull list and dry
I don't know
bone.
what that was, but I liked
So
it.
this is completely worthless.
When you said,
Had they
bro, I
removed the
love
several bits of
skeletons.
waiting, I think I would have liked this more. 29, Bone Dungeon. Bro, I love
Yeah, Minecraft skeleton, dry bones, and a
skeletons. They're so cool. This level is all about the skull list and dry bones. First, you have to climb up a tower of the skull list while avoiding the dry bones, and then you have to go back down while avoiding your projectiles again. This can be somewhat challenging, and it's also kind of fun to try and speed up the descent by skipping several lifts. Then at the end of the level, you have to ride a skull coaster to the goal while avoiding more thrown bones. This is another level that's a bit short, but it had some kind of fun content. 28, 6-3 Remix Ice. Now we're getting to some of the better remix courses. This comes from Mario 3 and is a level I like from that game. It's pretty short and simple, but I like the idea of small ice platforms in the sky. This remix doesn't really change that much, but I still had fun with it. 27, 2-5 Remix Chain Chomps. Also coming to us from Mario 3, we have that game's Chain Chomp level. The main change here is that all the Chain Chomps are now giant, which I think is a pretty good and understandable tweak. 26, 2-3 Remix Pyramids. Of these Mario 3 remix courses, this was my favorite from the original game. I just like the idea of using semi-solids to create pyramids. In this remix, they also replaced the bouncing fireballs with no-post chain chomps, probably because they aren't in Mario Maker recipes. I also like how the ending of this changed, as they now have enemies coming out of the bricks the Koopa Show bounced off of in the original. It's a pretty cute Mario Maker touch. 25, 1-2 Remix Underground. 1-2 is a classic level from the original Super Mario Bros., and while remaking it is probably a bit overdone, I do like this level for one simple reason. Yup!
Sorry, Mom knocked on my door because she wanted me to say how things went with me voting this morning.
25, 1-2 Remix Underground. 1-2 is a classic level from the original Super Mario Bros., and while remaking it is probably a bit overdone, I do like this level for one simple reason.
You're gonna turn into a Goomba!
Yeah, this is another level with the Mystery Mushroom, and due to how much I miss it, I like this a lot. I also think it was cool to let the Warp Zone at the end give the player a different Mystery Mushroom costume depending on what pipe you pick. 24, 1-3 Remix Athletic. Moving on to the very next level, and I like this a bit more because A, 1-3 is less overdone, and B, the Mystery Mushrooms are far more prevalent here. Plus, I always like the tree stages in the original Super Mario Bros. Since they're pretty fun to parkour through. 23, 1-4 Remix Castle. And ending off the original Super Mario Bros. World 1, we have that World's Castle. I like it the best of these remix stages because I think it has the best design of the bunch. They included a lot of extra fire bars here to make it more dangerous. And of course, they let us play as Bowser himself through the Mystery Mushroom. 22, Danger Fire Bars. Exiting out of that second wave of remixes, we're starting to get into levels that are somewhat decent. Over 2/3 of the way through the list. Anyway, this is all about dodging fire bars on tracks. This can lead to some fairly tricky jumps, especially if you try and do this level fast. Once again though, this is another level that ends before it really starts. 21, Easy Does It. This is far from the most creative idea out there, but I do kind of like carefully squeezing by these spikes. While I again wish it was longer and more expanded on, this at least has a little bit of content. 20, Sound Effects. As the name implies, this is meant to show off the game's wacky sound effects. Despite that sounding like a kind of lame idea, they actually end up doing a decent amount with this level. It's not really cohesive in its design, but it shows off many scenarios where sound effects can be used, such as hitting question mark blocks, getting a Goomba shoe, jumping across spikes, and even flying in a clown car. Lengthwise, this is one of the better sample courses too, so I thought I should give it credit there. 19, Shell Shot. This is a solid gimmick once again, this time being shells and springs. There are 3 areas with Koopas and 2 sideways springs at each side. You want to use the shell to defeat the enemies, however doing so will make the shell an obstacle to avoid, which is kind of cool. But like I said, there's only 3, and if you just run past them, which is pretty easy, that's the stage. Really wish they expanded on this one more. 18, Blaster Barrage. This is the somewhat decent theme of showcasing how Bill Blasters work with shell myths. It's got a pretty natural evolution of the concept where you first have to dodge them on normal ground, then on conveyors, and then end with multiple shell myths coming at you. It's pretty easy to just run through, and surprise, it's very short, but this is a solid gimmick. 17, Clowning Around. This level is all about the clown car. You have to fly it through to the end while trying to avoid the enemies and other clown cars. I like this level because it shows off how other objects can interact with the elements. Right away we start with a mushroom piloting a clown car towards us, and then we have to see how a few enemies like Chain Chomps and Bill Blasters work later. This level does feel kind of lazy since it's just a bunch of enemies and clown cars with nothing else, but at least this does a good job showing off some unique interactions. 16, Big Dry Bones Pirate Ship. Here comes my Dry Bones bias making a cameo once again. This is an airship level all about the enemy. One thing I like about this level is that it looks like they actually tried with the aesthetic here, which they often don't in these sample courses. It starts pretty good with the first ship, but sadly the second one just devolves into another picador. Once you find the correct door, all you have to do is avoid the big drive up.
That wasn't copyright, by the way.
It starts pretty good with the
I know that character.
but
Five Nights at
second one
Freddy's.
That was Freddy Fazbear and the Bills for Pharrell Williams.
just devolves into another picador. Once you find the correct door, all you have to do is avoid the big dry bones, and that's basically the level. Yeah, maybe this deserves to place a bit lower, but I really do appreciate that this level is probably the best looking one of the entire sample course collection. And yes, I love dry bones. 15, Bloomin' Goombas. This is the cute idea of stacking piranha plants on top of Goombas. This is a good interaction to show, as it changes how you have to defeat these guys since you can no longer jump on them. Near the end of the level, they also use big enemies to ramp it up a bit. Sadly, this is another one that falls to the extremely short curse, but what it had was kind of fun. 14, Shoe Factory. This is another one that's pretty good aesthetic-wise. This is supposed to take place in a Goomba shoe factory, so you have to avoid the ones coming from pipes. They're also placed on conveyors, which fits the factory theme really well and makes the stage a bit harder. You can also use the giant Goomba stiletto to find a secret room in the factory as well. Sadly, there are only 3 sets of pipes you have to run through, but they're each fun. I think this might be the first level in the list I'd consider giving a heart to. Well, I guess Mario Maker 1 used stars, whatever, who cares. 13, 5-3 Remix Shoe Goombas. This is easily my favorite of the remix sample stages. The reason that is because the remix is really cool, as this now shows off not only normal Goomba shoes, but winged and giant ones as well, which are obviously new to Mario Maker. Putting them in this familiar setting is honestly pretty smart, and it was fun going through this level with the new abilities. It also helps that getting a Goomba shoe in the original version of this level was really annoying. Like, why can't I just jump on it? I still don't love remix courses, but hey, this one is undeniably pretty solid. 12, Chain Chomp. This is similar to the Muncher pixel art we saw before, but this time there's a bit of an actual level. It's still quite short, but they do use this idea far better. First off, I really like how the head was designed. Not only can you get a mushroom here, but the pixel art is set up in such a way where you can break it to get a shell edge, which I think is a really cool design choice. Then you have to jump between the chain links as actual chain chomps try to bite you, and they can be somewhat tricky to avoid. Again, this level is quite small, but what they did with it was pretty good. 11, Perilous Vine Climb. This one is pretty short, but I like the challenge. You have to climb up this vine that's on a track, but it's growing through a spike maze, so you have to climb it very carefully. I just think this was done very well, and it shows off a cool mechanic that could be used in other levels. I also like that they used the Super Mario Bros. Style here, since he climbs on the side of the vine rather than the center, so you have to keep that in mind when dodging the spikes. They definitely could have expanded on this, but I do like what it has right now. 10 Sub-Areas. This one doesn't really have a strong central theme, but it works as a pretty fun platforming level. As the name suggests, you go through several sub-areas, but it's hard to say that's really a focus. Also, this level reminded me how the original Mario Maker didn't have scroll stop, and wow, does it look ugly. Underground in this level, you'll be jumping across ice while avoiding Koopas, which is pretty fun. Above ground, you'll have to avoid chain jumps instead. The level also ends with this really weird and out-of-place one-way wall maze. 9, Pipeline to the Other Side. I sorted the title because it's like the Minecraft song, I have a problem. This level is quite similar in a lot of ways to the last one, just having a bit of decent platforming. I like this more though because it does have a slightly more cohesive theme. It's separated into several different small rooms, with each of their own challenges revolving around Koopas. None of them are really that creative, but hey, it was fun enough. 8, Race to the Finish. This is easily the best auto-scroll level because instead of using it to slow the player down, it's made to speed the level up. You have to run through this castle, which is mostly empty besides the falling through platforms. The level mixes it up sometimes by having the player need to run around some walls and also hit a block for a star. I really like how fast-paced this level is, and while it is short, that honestly didn't bother me that much since this level felt like it accomplished what it was going for. 7, Castle. With a level named that generic, you'd probably expect it to place quite low on the list, but actually this turned out to somehow be one of my favorites. Not that it's anything special, but I really just don't have any problems with it. It feels like an actual Mario castle, having a lot of obstacles like hammer bros, fire bars, and globs. I also really like how note blocks were used here, as they're used in platforming, to collect a 1-up, and even make a shortcut over the first block. The level ends with the Skull Coaster ride over to Bowser, which isn't hard since you just have to get to the axe. Still, this felt like an actual level with a good length. It didn't feel too short, which is very rare among these levels. Despite how generic this might be, I think it's that first level I'd for sure give a heart to. There were a few I'd be on the fence on from before, but from here on out, all the levels I'd actually make sure to like. It only took it to the top 7, but I guess we got there in the end. 6, Ghost House. This is very similar to our last level, where it's a very generic name, but it's actually pretty well designed. The level starts with you having to make it past a few spike tops, and then you have to use a P-switch to access a cave. You can't fly over the whole level though, as that puts you into a maze-like area, which fits the Ghost House theme pretty perfectly. It's easy to navigate through, but fun at the same time, especially with the dry bones and boos trying to attack you while you make your way up. Once you make your way through the maze, you then have to run past Kamek toward the ending. Again, not the most complicated level in the world, but it actually has a solid length and was quite fun. 5, Don't Delay. This has a really strong theme. Once you enter into this door, you're placed on a track with saws coming toward you. Your goal is to run through the stage as quickly as possible so they can't catch you. Already, this theme is perfect for me since running through the stages is what I like to do anyway. What I love about this is that they also use the concept pretty well. While the saws are quite slow, there are plenty of other obstacles you have to avoid. You have to quickly climb up a bunch of blocks as cannons shoot at you, dodge some birders, fall down as the same cannonballs from earlier are still on their way, jump over some lava bubbles, and finally climb a vine while avoiding the last grinder. The level also ends with a Bowser fight, which isn't hard since you can just jump over him, but it's a good addition to throw on. Overall, I think the stage was pretty cool and had a good length. Happy they decided to actually try a bit. Now our top 4 here all come from the final 17th world in this game. That's because all 4 of these levels were made specifically for the Nintendo World Championship in 2015, and they were thrown into a neat little bonus world. That means these are by far the hardest levels, and on top of that, the longest as well, since they needed to be actual levels for the competition. So starting us off, we have 4, NWC 2015-1. This is in the Super Mario Bros. Style and starts off as a bit of a 1-1 remake. Instead of what you would expect in the question mark blocks, though, they're enemies instead. There's also a vine, but that literally just gives you a single coin, so I don't know what the point is. To continue in this level, you have to take the pipe that normally bring you into the sub-area in the original, but now it takes you to an exact replica of where you just were. Well, luckily, running forward reveals the stage has changed with this abomination of an enemy tower and a wave of fire bars that you have to avoid with a vine. Once you get past that, you then have to avoid piranha plants jumping from pipes, which brings you to my favorite part of the level. Here you have to chain several jumps on fast-moving conveyors, which feels really satisfying. It then transitions into jumps off paratroopers, which feels even cooler. Oh, I missed the pipe. Well, luckily, even if you miss, this level lets you retry, which is greatly appreciated. From there, all you have to do is descend down to the flag with the cloud. So yeah, this is much longer and harder than what we've seen so far. Of the bunch, though, it's my least favorite since it feels the most hot garbage of them with all the random enemies. This does still have a lot going for it, though, so it earns number 4. 3, NWC 2015-2. This one takes place in the Mario 3 style. It starts fairly challenging with a clown car obstacle course. There are a ton of enemies that you need to avoid here, which can easily kill you. Once you finally make it out of the... Oh, I ran into a spike. Once you get out of there, you're then placed onto a ground segment, and pro tip, just run through it. All the pipes and question mark blocks are just enemies, so they're not helpful. It didn't stop me from trying all of them, though. Eventually, that brings you to an area where you have to use a Koopa shell to clear a path in front of you, and then climb up on several different vines. That takes you to the next section where you get to use the Goomba shoe to jump on some enemies. or you could just run through the swamp like an idiot. That eventually culminates into one last cloud car ride past some enemies, which takes you into a pipe for the ending. Overall, I do think this was an improvement as it felt a little bit less chaotic. 2. NWC 2015-4. Going out of order here, we have the new Super Mario Bros. U level, which was meant to be the grand finale of the competition. It's by far the longest and hardest of the bunch. It starts off with a genuinely pretty tricky wall jump section past some grinders. Moving past that, you then have to do a somewhat tricky jump off this blue platform by going under this wall and wall jumping off the second. What is nice about this level, though, is that you can restart pretty much any section if you fail, which is greatly appreciated. Once you do that, you then have to ground pound through some blocks to get to the next section. After jumping across some winged blocks, we make it to a sub-area, which is sadly what holds us back from the #1 spot. A large portion of this level takes place underwater, which is both quite easy and boring. I really wish this was replaced with some more platforming stuff. Luckily, once we get out of the water, we're back to some more interesting content. We have to jump off of a Yoshi in order to wall jump over these spikes, allowing us to hit a P-switch so we can move on. That brings us to a fairly tricky platforming segment on top of fire bars. It could genuinely be a challenge trying to time the jumps and find the right route. After that, we then have a bunch of miscellaneous challenging platforming segments such as blue platforms, moving blocks, and even a skull coaster. Eventually, the level ends with one final standoff against Bowser, which is pretty simple as you have to wait for him to jump. I really enjoyed this gauntlet of a level, and I think it's a great finale. If it didn't have the underwater section, it'd easily be my favorite sample course. But as for what actually ends up taking the crown, 1 NWC 2015-3. This is the Mario World level of the collection, and I really enjoyed it. It starts with 4 doors, which sadly does mean it starts with a Picador, but it's really not too bad. Going into number 3 puts us into a really scary cannonball jump scare that we have to outrun, but eventually the Buzzy Beetle we kicked activates a P-switch to drop us into a chaotic spring-filled section with blasters. I really like how this section shows off how wildly all of the game's elements can interact with each other. From there, we have to jump past this wall and then make a pretty tricky jump off a cannonball. Once we do that, there's even more interesting jumps like bouncing off wigglers, winged donut blocks, and even some winged Buzzy Beetles that get shot out of Bill blasters. All of these do a great job showing off how much variety there is in this game's platforming. Sadly, we do have another Picador section following that, but going into door 6 allows us to continue the level. We then have the option to use a bomb on these blocks or just spin jump, which is a cool risk-and-reward decision. After that, we have another speed versus safety decision. First, you can take some extra time to gear up using the shell to get the fire flower. Running through the swamp area gives us the option to parkour off some blue platforms, which if done successfully, lets you skip the next part of the level. Sadly, I suck, so I had to take the slow route. That makes us take a small maze, which we have to run through quickly as there are a ton of Bowser shooting at us. That does, however, bring us to the end of the level, which we should run for ASAP so the swamp doesn't stop us. Overall, I am very happy that we got these 4 levels from the Nintendo World Championship in the game, because they were really needed to help bring up these sample courses. Happy we can at least end this video on a somewhat positive note. But anyways, that's it for this video. Do you all really love Go for the 3-up stomp?
That was it for that video. I think we have one more.
So I've recently played through New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and I totally forgot that hit movies were a thing. They're basically small clips you can unlock with star coins, and some of them showcase incredibly cool gameplay from the developers. This top 10 is about the best and coolest looking hit movies in the game. So without further ado, let's go! Today we start in a castle, the first one to be exact. This clip is basically one of the developers speedrunning the game, and it's really fun to watch. There's actually a lot of speedrunning clips you can unlock, but this one has some of the tightest jumps and wall jumps. The most ridiculous trick is when he wall jumps right next to this dry bones and just barely avoids him. The precision to pull this off is just ludicrous. I almost have to wonder if a bot was playing. There's another part after
It has to be a bot.
point where the walls close in on you, and normally you would jump up one at a time, but here Mario just wall jumps off these walls while they're closing in on him. In the part where he hits the invisible block and ground pounds on the platform to slide down for extra speed is so cool. I never would have even considered using a ground pound to increase the speed of playing through. I wonder if actual speedrunners of the game have routes similar to this, or were at least inspired by this clip. And through all this, he manages to get all the star coins too and doesn't use a single power-up. And honestly, we're just getting started, guys. Things get way crazier. That's right, we're getting to the mini Mario clips. This is just one of the many we'll be going over today. 2.5's main gimmick is the abundance of pokies, and thanks to the lightweight of Mini Mario, he manages to jump over all of them with ease and style. And hey, maybe this sounds kind of lame, but he maintains maximum speed throughout the duration of the run, and that's not something to scuff over. Slowing down isn't an option for this guy. You'll even run into him like a two later on just to use his head for some extra leverage while narrowly avoiding the spinies. Now unfortunately, this clip is a bit on the short side just because the level itself is so short, but having this much control over Mini Mario is certainly an impressive feat. Now this clip is on fire, pun completely and totally intended. 8-3 is the lava level where you gotta avoid the waves of lava, and Mario has no fright of these death waves. Like seriously, most of this run features Mario avoiding all of them by the tip of his toe, and it makes my stomach clench seeing how close he gets to death. But it's also exhilarating too, and that's not all that happens. Near the beginning, Mario has some fun with all the Koopas. He bounces off each and every one so many times that he manages to get a few lives out of it. And he does all this while avoiding the lava too. There's also a star coin around halfway through to get, and normally you want to wait until the lava's cleared out to grab it, but no, he just straight up runs through and barely avoids the wave as he's coming in. It's just nuts. You also gotta love the creative usage of the shell too. He runs with it for a bit, throws it at a moving question mark block which reveals a mushroom, and Mario grabs it as he's running by. It's all timed so meticulously. There's nothing too fancy that happens at the end, but most of this is such a fun watch, and it had to be put on this list.
Number 7.
Believe it or not, this is the only hint movie to crack this top 10 from the secret World 9. 9.3 utilizes Ice Mario the whole time, and this really shows the capabilities of what Ice Balls can do in comparison to the Fireballs. Throughout this whole stage, Mario doesn't really lose speed because he's constantly making his own platforms through Bullet Bills or Koopa Troopas. Now, hitting them is really the hard part, but maintaining the fast speed while dealing with the icy physics is pretty incredible. And the ending is definitely the highlight by a long shot. You hop from moving platform to moving platform, but also freeze King Bills to get across. The catch is that King Bills are only frozen for a split second, but Mario still manages to land and jump off every King Bill he passes. How he does this without taking damage or messing up is beyond me. Now, he doesn't go the extra
What does he
mile
mean by
and grab
that?
all the star coins,
When he says it's beyond me.
but I wouldn't consider that a negative considering the sheer speed this level is completed in. This is just such a chill hint movie. Oh, come on, guys. That was a good pun. Don't be like this. Here is the shortest hit movie in this top 10. 2-2 features 4 players in penguin suits, and the beginning is what puts this on the list. This 4-team squad of Mario and friends hits the P block and manages to collect every single blue coin in perfect harmony. They even all fall at the exact same speed. Just something about this clip is just mesmerizing to look at. Like, honestly, this is so cool. But that's not all. There's a little bit more to this short clip. Basically, they all go through the pipe, and Yellow Toad throws Luigi at Spike just so Luigi can do a spin jump, causing him to throw ice balls, which freezes Spike. It's such an unnecessary way to freeze Spike, but the sheer flashiness is so much fun to watch. And as Mario goes down the pipe, Blue Toad bounces off Yellow Toad and Luigi to nab the star coin. And then Mario shoots into the sky, ending the clip. I really wish that this showed off a bit more of 2-2, but you know what? I really enjoyed what I saw. I'll take it. This is surprisingly the only 2-player co-op movie that I found worthy of this top 10. And it comes from Six Castle, and starts with Mario and Luigi ground pounding together to make all the Spike Balls die. Now, first off, I had no idea you could actually do this with multiple players. That's probably the coolest aspect of multiplayer in this entire game. But anyway, after that, Luigi grabs a Starman and sneaks up on top with the spike balls and destroys them all on impact. And Mario's just chilling on the bottom, just making casual jumps across. And around the end, they do this dual ground pound again, except on a slope, so they gain extra speed from that. This clip is special because of the intense cooperation between Mario and Luigi. And not only that, but Luigi is the star of the show. He's the one putting in most of the grunt work and making things happen. It's a really solid clip, and it goes to show that Nintendo does put Luigi over Mario sometimes. If you thought the first Mini Mario clip I showed was rad, wait till you see the one from 4 too. Because of Mario's light weight, he's granted the ability to jump off enemies without killing them, and that is taken to the next step here. Throughout most of this level, Mario uses the Cheep Cheeps to get across. He's even doing triple jumps off of them. I mean, it's just ridiculous to watch. There's parts where Mario goes out of his way to avoid the ground to ensure he jumps off a Cheep Cheep instead. And he really doesn't slow down for the whole duration, which is equally as impressive. I always thought Cheep Cheeps popped out of the water randomly, but it looks like this was all planned out very carefully with hours and hours of practice. Even though I'm not a fan of using the mini mushroom, I have to praise this high level of skill. And what's coming up next actually makes this look like child's play. Good God, this clip always leaves me with my jaw dropping to the floor. 3-2 is a basic enough ice level. The main idea is to avoid all the bullet bills. But instead of avoiding them, Mini Mario decides to use them as platforms for the entire level. No, I'm serious, guys. Besides the beginning, Mini Mario is bouncing off a bullet bill the whole time. Now, look, I enjoy and can pull this kind of trick off for maybe a few seconds to get across a giant gap, but this level takes over 2 minutes to finish. Not only is this completed without dying or touching the ground, but multiple bullet bills are used and other enemies when he could have made this easier and stayed at the top the whole time. But I guess this would have been too boring for this guy, I don't know. I can't even fathom the sheer precision it must take to be able to do this so flawlessly. And I love how at the end there's 15 bullet bills just chilling out with Mario. But in most circumstances, this would be a terrifying sight to behold. I do wonder if he could do this as regular Mario. I feel like it might be impossible though, simply because he wouldn't be floaty enough. But I don't really know for sure. Any Challenge Mario YouTubers watching this, tweet me a video of you doing this as regular Mario and I'll be dumbfounded. If you've been on YouTube for more than 5 minutes, you've probably seen those Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing videos. I've always wondered where that video idea came from, and while I still don't know its origin, 1-3 may be one of the first instances of seeing that. Yeah, this is one of the easiest levels in the game, but it's with 4 players at once, so you know it's going to be good. Everyone except Luigi is moving around with Yoshi's, but in the end, Luigi grabs the flagpole before anyone else. How is that even possible? Well, it's simple. Mario and the Toads just eat Luigi with Yoshi and spin him around back and forth like he's a volleyball. And this happens for the whole level. They even get Luigi to bounce off some Goombas, run through the checkpoint, and grab a star coin and eat him again before he touches the ground. I really feel like this has to have been done by a taskbot because I have never seen human players have this much coordination in this game. It just seems unreal. But whether it is real or not, it's so freaking cool to watch. And man, if you thought this was sick, number 1 just blows it out of the water. This is the only hit movie in the entire game that tells a story. And I'm going to share it with you right now. Mario, Luigi, and 2 Toads make their way to 3-5 for a fun adventure.
Oh, 3-5.
They're all flying around with propeller suits, just having the jolliest time in the world. They also grab the propeller blocks so they can fly stacked on top of each other. Now, isn't this just the nicest thing you've ever laid your eyes on? They all fly in a line as a group to fight off Bowser together. But suddenly, Mario decides to jump off Luigi's block and leave him stranded and alone. So Luigi gets sucked. But as friends, I'm sure they'll rescue him from his bubble, right? Well, look at this, guys. They're going out of their way to completely ignore Luigi and force him to watch his pals have fun without him. And for no particular reason, Mario decides to jump off Luigi and kill him again, even though he could have made this jump without using his body. What's going on here? Did Luigi do something to upset his friends? It doesn't seem like it. Yellow Toad goes in the pipe, and while that's loading, Luigi comes back a second time. and again, he's ignored by his friends. They go up to the next part of the stage, and Luigi is back for a third time. And Mario and Blue Toad just straight up plow through his bubble and let him die once more. I mean, what the heck, guys? What did Luigi ever do to you? But the fourth time just happens to be the charm. Luigi is spawned back in, grabs Propeller Block, and despite being used for personal gain in the past, he helps boost his friends up through the level, because that's what friends do. Even when there's problems with the relationship, they still love and help each other out regardless. But Luigi is again rejected as he's just used as another platform to jump off of. After this, the Toads sacrifice themselves for Mario, and he's the only guy left. Mario misses the pipe he needs to go up and sees Luigi is back in a bubble, so he tries to use him to get up the pipe, but Luigi is done with Mario and steals the pipe from him, leaving Mario vulnerable. For the last screen of the level, Mario and Luigi go through the pipe together, and Luigi
Oh, this is the best part of this.
This is really interesting. Maybe Luigi is apologizing for being mean to his brother despite how he's been treated. And there's the flagpole. It looks like Mario was going to get across first, but out of nowhere... And that is why I love this clip so much. It tells a story in a way that you would never expect it to. There's tons of different turns taken, it just makes me crack up. So with that, guys, like and subscribe if you enjoyed this, and let me know what your favorite hint...
There was that. Now I'm gonna go.
Bye.
And Camryn left.
See you, Camryn. Logan's been talking for quite a while.
And we have only 6 minutes left before it's 11. Plus, I was doing a couple of word search puzzles, both of which are finished by now. Right now. Same thing, kind of.
I just saw the showcase is also today's press try episode.
I found out about I found out about it on Facebook today.
Yeah, it was won by a guy named Sheldon, not spelled the same way as Sheldon Cooper.
Or played by Jim Parsons on The Big Bang Theory, or Ian Armitage on Young Sheldon. This Sheldon has 2 E's in his name, and his last name is Spencer, so Spencer Shea got saved. And speaking of seeing things or finding out things on Facebook, on that same website, I went onto Ashley Ackley, that's how you pronounce it. On one of her pictures, I saw that she had a copy of Booba Hot Dog on VHS. This was the only Booba VHS I saw from her collection. It contains Hot Dog, musical instruments, and Yellow. It contains Hot Dog, musical instruments, and Yellow Woolly Sweater. Even though only on the VHS, the last 2 episodes are flip flopped. Here's the tape, and I had to look on this side here to see if there's a print date, and there's none on this side.
Print date is on the top of the lid, but it's hard to read because it's a week and year code.
Because it was made that way.
Yeah, that's how Paramount Tapes usually made those from let's say at least the 1980s to 2005.
2005 to 2006, and that's the last year for videotapes, but for VHS
time.
Yeah.
All right, Rick. Hope you do good on your surgery. I'll see you on when you get better.
Yeah, Jared. I'll let you know when I'm fully recovered from my surgery and when I'm fully better.
Yeah. See you guys.
W stream.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. But in terms of,
some tapes were made in 2007.
I don't own I don't know if I don't own a VHS tape made in 2007, not counting recorded VHS tapes. But
I don't either, but I have seen them online, so I know for sure they exist.
I've seen them online too. I'm just saying that, and before I found out about that information, I knew VHS tapes from different studios, as well as distribution rights. They were going full round in 2005 for a fact, and and there are some tapes. There are some VHS tapes that I have made in 2005. Some by Paramount, some from different studios.
Yeah. The Paramount tapes have week and year codes on the top of there with some the 1980s to 2005 before they put print dates on them.
And when I bought this tape from Half Price Books on January 22nd, 2008, which was a Tuesday that year, it did have a top case lid for it, but it got loose and it got loose, and then it was peeled off and it's gone.
Yeah, it's on the lid. The lid.
I said the lid.
Not the lid, the case, the tape.
The lid for the tape. What? Yeah. But what? Once again, brain not working, and I'll just leave it at that. Still, though, it did come with the lid for the tape, and then it got loose, peeled off, and it's nowhere to be seen in my house. But I do remember looking at it and loving it. It's on the same. It's in the same style as Squeaky. Yeah, it's my copy of Squeaky Socks and Big Windows, not my copy of Snowman, because it's slightly different than the other three.
Yeah, what I mean by the tape lid, it's the lid with the white barcode on it.
I understand that, and what I mean by what I mean by the Snowman is different than the others is because on the lid, the title of the VHS tape is right underneath the Booba logo.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the case. I'm talking about the tape itself.
The hot dog one. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. On the tape, the barcode. I'm looking at it, and
it's hard to read it because you're not used to it. I know this from experience. I know there are weekend year codes.
It's one of those things. It's one of those things that people make that people have more experience of than others, and people can only go by for what they know of. And as for the case of the tape on the lid, you have. Oh, I stand corrected. You do have all four of them, not counting the hot dog one because it's gone. On all four for I have you have this the VHS title underneath the Booba logo, but only on the Snowman VHS it's to the right, while the Ragdoll logo is on the left. As for the other three, you don't have the Ragdoll logo on the lid. You just have the name of the show and the name of the VHS in the exact center, the way that it is. There. Wait, whoops. Just had two of them in the wrong places.
Yeah. I don't have hot dog or squeaky socks on VHS yet, but I plan on getting it at some point.
Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, the tape. I have the DVD, but not the VHS yet.
Right. And since I'm showing I just showed the Squeaky Socks VHS. Now I understand that there's no print date on it in its spot, but it does have a barcode on the tape. It is hard to see, and now I know why. It was made that way.
Yeah, Squeaky Socks does have a weekend year code, but if I get my copy, I'll read it on mine.
Got it.
So that way you'll get better at this.
I will get better at it someday, or at least try to. It's just that right now we're off to. It's just that right now we're off to a bit of a Yeah, I got this. It's just that right now we're off to a rocky start, and it's my fault for not for not knowing of it. It's just, long story short, it's just something that's going to take some time of experience. Okay, that done?
Yeah, if I get my copies, I'll read the print dates on my copy, so that way you'll see what print dates are on mine.
I got it.
I still haven't closed this off yet.
I know. So that so that was why I dropped that subject right there.
Yeah, but once again, if I get my copies of Squeaky Socks and Hot Dog, which I plan to, I'll read the week and year codes for my copies.
Got it.
Yeah, Paramount always has them on their tapes.
Back in the day.
Yeah, but like I said, tapes in 2007 do exist, like Cars, for example.
I know it does.
I've seen the opening Cars, the VHS online.
But and I also know that I've seen the opening to some videos made in the second half of 2006. Like someone had a copy of Go Animate the Movie on VHS, and I know that because a long time ago I saw it on that person's channel that they had Go Animate the Movie on VHS. Not made by Paramount, made by 20th Century Fox and Go Animate Studios. I know that exists.
All right, so let me close this off, and I'll let you back in a second.
Before you do that, I'm just gonna want us to take one quick breather. Okay, now you may do that.
Okay, see you in just a second.
Bye.
All right, guys, that's gonna wrap it for my Tuesday stream for today's Tuesday stream for October 22nd, and because my surgery is happening this Thursday, I'm not gonna go live next Tuesday because I need to recover from it. But I'll try to go live on what is it? November 5th. November 5th, I'll try to go live. So we'll see how things work out if I decide to go live on November 5th. So we'll see how that goes. So that's going to wrap up for this Tuesday stream for October 22nd. I'll see you guys hopefully on Tuesday, November 5th, StreamYard. Goodbye, everyone. Bye, I'll see you later.